Call a meeting of the Camarillo City Council to order. This is a special meeting. We're meeting at this time because we need to have a closed session, and I'll ask the city attorney to describe the circumstances under which we will be meeting in closed session.
Yes, this will be a conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The name of the case is OPV Coalition and others versus the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency. This is pending in the Ventura County Superior Court, and the case number is in the agenda.
Okay, at this time, we will recess into closed session, and we'll be back at 4 o'clock to discuss another closed session.
And you should ask if there's any public comment. I know there's no public.
Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing no one come
Okay,
forward.
and I should also mention, just so that people are aware, we'll be coming back at 4:30 to make an announcement about a closed session for 4:30 as well. But for now, we're just doing the 4 o'clock.
Right. We're now in recess to a closed session. session. I will ask the city attorney to tell us the circumstances under which we can go into this closed session.
Yes, this is for our regular meeting. We completed the special meeting, closed session, so we're now on to our regular meeting. There's two closed sessions for the regular meeting. One of them is a conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation. That is initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Number of potential cases is 1. And the other closed session is public employee performance evaluation. That's authorized by Government Code Section 54957. The title is City Attorney.
Okay, is there anyone who'd like to speak to us on either of these things? Seeing no one come forward, we will recess into closed session.
right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any amendments to the agenda? No? Okay. Okay, we'll move on to any public comments. No? Okay. Consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
Move the approval.
Second.
Okay, please vote. That passes unanimously. Do we have a staff report today?
Nope.
Go ahead.
On what?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and staff. Earlier this month, we had an outstanding turnout for our Russell Fisher Business Collection Community Job Fair on October 8th. We featured 18 local businesses that were seeking to fill more than 150 job postings. Over 78 people, including,
Madam Chair, I just wanted to just interrupt for a second. The report will be for the council meeting? Okay.
Go ahead.
So over 78 people, including several teens, attended the fair in our community room. Several of the businesses have followed up. They have hired patrons who attended the fair, and they thanked us for giving them the space to hire local community members. Our Russell Fisher Business Collection Coordinator, Nicole, is continuing to offer one-on-one support for local job seekers. She has met with 7 people since the fair for resume revising and for practicing mock interviews. Next week, the library is hosting a Thank a Veteran program in our Adult Services Department. Patrons can write a thank you card for a veteran in our community from November 2nd to November 10th. All cards will be delivered to Gold Coast Veterans Foundation in Camarillo before Veterans Day. So that concludes my library report, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, thanks so much. Any comments from trustees? With that, we will adjourn.
All right, we'll call this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board of Directors to order. Let the record reflect that all directors are present. Are there any amendments to the agenda? I hear none. Are there any public comments? Does anybody in the public wish to address the Camarillo Sanitary District Board of Directors on any items not on the agenda? Hearing none, we'll move to consent.
Move the approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. Please vote. And that item is adopted on a 5-0 vote. Oral communications, are there any communications from staff? Any communications from directors? All right, I will adjourn this meeting of the Sanitary District Board.
So the first thing I'm going to do is close the special session that we had earlier, and I will open this. We are continuing the regular session of the Camarillo City Council meeting. I'd like the record to reflect that all council members are present. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
Mayor Craven, can you call to order the successor agency first?
I apologize, I didn't. Call to order this meeting of the successor agency, and I'm stumbling for that agenda. Thank you. So the successor agency meeting has been called to order. The record shall reflect that all council members are present, and I'll ask if there's are any amendments to this agenda. Seeing none, are there any public comments? Would anyone like to speak to this successor agency board? Council? I see no one coming forward. We have a consent calendar consisting of 2 items. Is there
I'll move the approval of the
Second.
consent calendar.
There's a
Second.
motion and a second to approve the consent calendar? Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. That gets us down to oral communications. Seeing none, we will adjourn this meeting, and we will go back to the city council meeting.
We're getting there.
We're just ticking these meetings off. We have too many meetings. Okay, are there any amendments to this agenda? Was that a hand? No, sorry. Okay, next item is the consent calendar.
We'll move approval.
Second?
Motion is second to approve the consent calendar. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Discussion items, the library strategic plan and community outreach. Could
Yes,
we
good
have that staff report, please?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor and members of the City Council. I'm John Thomas, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. This is an informational item to make you aware of the work we're doing to prepare for the development of the library's strategic plan. Strategic planning for the library is already included in the scope of work under the existing agreement the city has with Library Systems and Services, or LS&S, and is conducted in cooperation with the city, elected and appointed officials, community stakeholders, and library staff. As stated in the existing agreement, the purpose of the strategic plan is to serve as a tool that assists in governing the direction and focus to fulfill the mission of providing effective and efficient library services to meet the personal, professional, and lifelong learning needs of the citizens served by the library. Previous efforts to formalize the library's written strategic plan have been suspended by past hirings of new library directors and most recently the closure of the Camarillo Public Library due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As our community continues to recover out of the pandemic, we find ourselves in a unique time to begin considering how the library can best meet the needs of our community. We're also in the early stages of negotiating a new long-term agreement with LS&S, and we anticipate that certain elements of the strategic plan will be discussed among the newly formed Library Ad Hoc Committee. With us tonight is LS&S's CEO, Todd Frager, as well as Mandy Nazar, our Camarillo Library Director, who will provide additional information on the strategic plan process, timeline, and the upcoming community engagement efforts.
Good evening, Your Honor, and members of the City Council, and thank you, John Thomas, for leading the discussion on the library strategic plan. The outcome of a strategic plan will be tailored to specific needs of the community. The strategic plan will be developed using data analysis and will articulate strategic goals that are both visionary and realistic. Community engagement is a critical piece of the library strategic plan, and we will be seeking input with the library survey and focus groups. The library survey is geared to the library user experience. Library staff want to get a pulse of what current programs and resources are appreciated and preferred. In addition, questions will also be asked about how we can improve in the future and what services might spark use with our non-library users. Our survey link will be shared and promoted through our marketing channel, including our website and social media. And in addition to the survey, we will conduct focus groups to key stakeholders, including staff and administration, city leaders, the newly formed Library Ad Hoc Committee, community leaders, friends of the library, as well as an open session for the general public. LS&S Director of Operations, Sarah Roberts, will facilitate these focus groups and ensure all voices are heard. And while not all City Council members can attend the same focus group due to Brown Act regulations, Sarah will be available to follow up with each of you one-on-one with a phone call or virtual meeting so she can capture your feedback. The project timeline is attached in your agenda packet, but I do want to note that we incorrectly indicated the wrong year. The timeline will start as early as mid-December and will go through early 2022. Collaboration is needed to this project success, and we're looking forward to gathering input from you and our library patrons so that we can design and imagine a better library service for the future. So thank you all for your continued support, and I will turn it back to John Thomas.
Well, again, this is just an informational item requiring no formal action, and this completes our report. Staff is available for questions.
Other questions, Sean?
Thank you very much. Two questions, one comment, two questions. First comment is obviously the Camarillo Library is a gem to our community, and I hear nothing but great things about it. Obviously, we want to work to improve the services offered to those who already enjoy it. When it comes to reaching out to the community and seeking input, what efforts could be made to try to identify and reach out to those who are not currently using the library and don't maybe see any value in it, and trying to ascertain why that might be and how we can serve them? How can we attract the people who aren't already enjoying the library, and why? Ascertaining why and how we can do better with them so we can broaden the appeal.
So we'll be working with the city as far as sending out a survey to residentials, their email addresses, and putting the survey. And the survey will indicate they'll have questions to the non-library users about what services we could do to make it better. So that's one part. And the second part is we are going to be offering general public sessions, which will invite public members to come and to include their voice about why they're not attracted, what we can do to make it better so they can come inside. And this will be heavily marketed through our website and hopefully with the city's website as well.
Excellent. So we're not just targeting current users and/or the library's current list of active,
Yes.
residents, but we're going to make it as broad as possible.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
The second one is when you listed stakeholders, the one I didn't hear was business community, and I only bring that up because we do have the Russell Fisher Business Collection. To what extent will we be trying to reach out to the business community and seeing how we can further improve that program and offerings?
That's a great question. So one thing we'll be doing is be reaching out to our library ad hoc committee about which stakeholders in the business should be involved in these focus groups.
Excellent. Thank you.
Other questions? Kevin?
Yeah, a little bit on what Sean had asked here. I'd kind of like to know, because I think it's important, that we have got tens of thousands of people that actually hold a library card. And when was the last time physically that you went to the library? And with that data, we may be able to ascertain to a certain extent the viability of the programs that we have, and perhaps some programs that we don't have that we could. And remember, I've been here a while, and I can remember when people were saying when we built the library that, geez, we've got all this technology here. People are getting their books online. You've got a beautiful physical library, but maybe we can kind of pull the people and come, because the idea is obviously to make people not only online but physically go to the library too. And just a thought, that may be a question about, why do you have a library card? I mean, are you interested in using it? And if you are, great. And if you're not, how can we help you, use it? So just a thought.
Yeah, thank you so much. And the survey will indicate those interests as well as the focus groups.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Tony?
Thanks for your presentation. Referring to page 4 of 8 of the strategic plan, and I appreciate the time it took to put this together, but one item that concerns me, and that is, and I think you just described it a couple of minutes ago orally, and that is sending emails to customers and then having general public sessions. I represent a lot of folks who are not online. However, they go to the library, and restricting the stakeholder data gathering to an electronic presence only, I think, is mistaken. What I would encourage you to do is to find a way to extend this process so folks who are just walking into the library, dropping off their books, picking up new books, have the chance to participate and provide their input. Otherwise, I think we really are losing an opportunity to gather significant, and I just didn't, and maybe I missed it, but I didn't see anything to that effect in this plan. So if we could find a way to do that, I agree. I also agree with the comments from Sean and Kevin with respect to their concerns. So if you could consider that, I'd sure appreciate it. Thank you.
Susan, did you have any? I just have one question and then a comment. Do you happen to know when Sarah Roberts was the director of the Ventura County Assistant Director of or Deputy Director of the Ventura County Library System?
Yeah, I don't know the exact dates. I don't know if it's been, I don't want to assume the years.
5 years ago, 3 years ago,
Yes.
10 years ago?
I'm so sorry, I don't, I could follow up with that.
Guess I'm curious because there were a lot of bad feelings between us and those people back when we were trying to separate. I mean, really bad feelings. They loaded this place trying to keep us from doing that, and I wouldn't want, I don't remember the name of the people involved, but I think that person would have a lot of prejudice
Oh,
here.
no, that was before. That was, she had left, she had not been in Ventura at that time.
She wasn't in Ventura, that would be
Yes.
in
That was.
12 years ago?
Yeah, it was after.
She was there afterwards, okay. After the, the non-so-velvet divorce. Okay, and my comment is, I think instead of just publicizing the focus groups, if we really want non-library users to come, it would be good to put them in the, send a press release to the newspapers, particularly the Acorn, and talk to the reporter, talk to the editor. I think this is very important, and I think they would too, important enough to put something in. We like to think people use our websites. If a person doesn't go to the library, I'd be willing to bet they're not looking at the library website. And we like to tout the city website, but I think people don't en masse use the city website, especially if they're not looking for a library or not looking for things to happen. And if we want to get more people involved and know that we have a lot of different kinds of programs, not just books, then I think it would be good to advertise it in the paper. So those are my comments. Okay, this is a receive and file item. Let me get back to the agenda. So is there a motion to receive?
I'll move to receive and file.
A motion and a second, please vote. Thank you. Okay, next is County of Ventura Board of Supervisors redistricting. Could we have that report, please?
Good evening, Mayor Craven and members of the council. We are bringing this item before you as a follow-up to the discussion from your special city council meeting on October 13th on the county's redistricting effort. As you are aware, the county is currently in the process of redistricting and seeking community input on redrawing supervisorial maps. After the 4 draft maps were posted on October 11th, the Board of Supervisors voted on October 19th to move forward with draft maps 1 and 2 and an additional draft map submitted by Supervisor Long. These 3 options are intended to be examples for how the county could move forward, and they will be discussed at the next public hearing of the Board of Supervisors on November 9th, along with community input. The concern we have is that all of these options divide the city of Camarillo into multiple districts. The city's desire is to remain whole within one district. City staff worked together to use the county's interactive mapping tool to look at various possibilities for keeping the city whole while achieving the board's goals for this process. We put together a potential map for your review and consideration. By presenting you with this potential map, we are not necessarily suggesting that this is the only way that the districts can or should be divided. We do, however, want to demonstrate that we believe that the county could be divided into 5 new districts and still achieve the priorities that the board has established for our county, which include creating majority-minority districts, keeping all of the cities intact, with the exception of Oxnard, which is currently divided into 2 districts, and based on their population, has acknowledged that they will need to be divided into 2 districts, and also achieve a population balance that is within the 10% deviation maximum that is allowed. This is the map that we felt achieved those parameters and that we provided to you for your review and consideration. What we learned just this afternoon from the County of Ventura is that in order for us to meet the majority-minority district criteria, we need to have a 50% plus one eligible Hispanic voters in one district. The board made it a priority to form 2 of these majority-minority districts. So this map that we provided to you only provides one majority-minority district with this 50% plus one criteria. It does keep almost all the cities intact, and it also demonstrates a 49% Hispanic majority based on population by race in a second district. However, we are continuing to work on other options that could bring us closer to what the county has identified as their top priority. But the purpose of us bringing this to you tonight for your consideration is to present an option, to hear from you, and to seek your direction on how you would like city staff to proceed on providing input to the county ahead of their next public hearing on redistricting. Thank you.
Questions?
Question.
I think that we need to I'd like to highlight something she said, and that is that we learned that it isn't just a majority of a minority that they're looking for in each district. They're looking for a majority of Hispanic voters. They are not including Black or Pacific Islander or any other minority in their minority, where they want 2 districts to have a minority of minorities as minority Hispanic. And that's important because it's easier if you include all of the minorities. Okay, other questions, comments?
I have one question. So, Michelle, I just want to make sure I get this right. We've got one district, the majority-minority, but we have a second one that is really, really close to the same goal. Did I hear that correctly?
The way that we created it, it does have a 49% Hispanic majority based on population by race.
And we want to go, ideally, 50%.
The board's priority is that for a majority-minority district, the criteria that it needs to reach is that it's 50% plus one of eligible Hispanic voters in a district. So that's actually a different category than the population by race category.
Okay. All right. That's the only question.
Susan?
And Michelle, the county's priorities were that there were 2 districts that have that.
That's correct.
That's, okay.
Okay, I think we've finished questions. Are there any comments, Tony?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we discussed this item at the last meeting, and we adopted a motion on this, and frankly, again, I think, if we go back on the PowerPoints, I think map 2 in particular was egregious, and I made the comment at that time, and I stand by it, that it carved up Camarillo like a Thanksgiving turkey. I mean, given the holiday season, it's the appropriate analogy. I think it's fair to say that parties are continuing to work on maps. I know that when I go on the website, I believe on the county website, and I'm just aware anecdotally that a lot of maps are continuing to be submitted. And so what I have done, and can I give these to the clerk for distribution, please? I've drafted a motion that I think, and if you could distribute that to everybody, hopefully there's enough I know there's enough copies for council and staff, and if anybody in the public want one. I've drafted a motion that I think gives, that acknowledges the position we took before, and acknowledges what the county is trying to do, while at the same time indicating our concern that the geographic integrity of the city of Camarillo and other cities remains to the greatest extent possible. So what I did, and this is imperfect, but what I did was to suggest that the motion would be the council, number 1, acknowledges the intent of the Board of Supervisors to establish 2 majority-minority supervisorial districts. And that would be along the lines of what Michelle has indicated to us, and we acknowledge that. Number 2, strongly requests that the Board of Supervisors, to the greatest extent possible, respect the geographic integrity of the city of Camarillo and other cities in a manner which avoids or at least minimizes their division into multiple supervisorial districts. And I'm aware, for example, the city of Oxnard, that will end up being divided. There's really no way not to do that. So there will be a division for at least one of the cities and perhaps more in the county. And then third, number 3, urges the Board of Supervisors to adopt a map prepared by city staff or a similar map. So it could be from city staff, it could be from someplace else, which strikes the greatest balance between majority-minority districts, respects the geographic boundaries of cities, and population proportionality. And I would, when the time is right, Madam Mayor, I would like to make this as a motion because I think it furthers our prior conversation, acknowledges the intent of the supervisors to establish 2 majority-minority supervisorial districts, but also very strongly says, hey, to the extent that you can, please respect the geographic integrity of the city of Camarillo and other cities. And we had this discussion last time in terms of my concern is that carving up the city is a real issue in terms of from a voter dilution standpoint and a break of what in our city is our community of interest. So that would be my motion, which I would be happy to offer at any time.
Okay, is there any comments? Kevin?
Yeah, I just want to talk about a few things here that the Board of Supervisors had said, acknowledging the intent of the majority-minority supervisor district, which is 2. And I think it's important, too, that, my own personal opinion here, I think cities under 100,000 should remain whole. And I say that because whoever the supervisor is, I think it would be extremely difficult for them to represent a city under 100,000 if it's carved up, if its districts are carved up here. I think my opinion is that once you get over 100,000, there is a potential that you may not be able to remain whole. Once you're over 200,000, you almost have to expect that you're not going to be made whole. That's just kind of the arithmetic and the math equation here. This district that staff has shown us, I believe Santa Paula is actually in a District 1, I believe, where Fillmore is actually in District 3. Now, the idea from some people there to have Fillmore and Santa Paula together, this doesn't do that. But what it does do, it keeps Fillmore whole, it keeps Santa Paula whole, and Moore Park too, because the issue too with Moore Park is whether they were going to stay, as I understand it, in the Simi Valley area, or were they going to get moved into another area too. So the thinking of this is, and I distinctly remember the Board of Supervisors saying that they wanted to try to make as many cities whole as potentially possible. That was at least a goal of most, if not all, of the current sitting supervisors here. So, to me, there's no easy way to do this. I mean, this is a lot of competing interests go into this, but overriding concern is the majority-minority district, and I think to try to keep as many cities as whole as possible. And I think this does this to a certain extent. Now, it may be amended, it may not be finalized, probably will be, amended to a certain extent here, but it comes relatively closer than what, option 1 and 2 were, especially if they were going to, split us up into 3. I think that would be extremely important for any supervisor to represent our city, regardless of where they live. I don't really see the overriding benefit whether they live in our city or not. I think what supersedes that is the fact that the city is whole. My thoughts and my opinions on that.
Okay, I don't see anything else, so would you like to make your motion?
Mayor Craven, I don't have any speaker cards, but you may want to ask if it's public.
You're right, I'm sorry. Do we have anyone who would like to speak to us on this issue? Seeing no one come forward, I will now entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the draft motion that I have provided to council.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there further discussion? I wholeheartedly support this motion. I firmly believe that Camarillo needs to be kept whole in whatever supervisory district it's going to be in. I really don't like being divided up in two, and I really don't like being divided up in three, and those were the maps they were looking at. Yes?
Madam Mayor, I guess it may be obvious, but one thing I forgot in the motion was to make sure that we request that city staff transmit this motion to each of the members of the Board of Supervisors.
As early as possible.
As early as, upon its adoption, as early as possible, and I should have specified that earlier.
And I do plan to speak at their next hearing.
You do? Okay, good. So I would just amend my prior motion just to indicate that as well.
I'll second that adoption or
Okay.
amendment.
Okay, so we've had an amended motion, and the second accepted it. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Next item is organic waste disposal ordinance. Could we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor Craven and members of the City Council. The item before you this evening is to consider an ordinance regulating organic waste. I'll start the report with background information on SB 1383, followed by an environmental review synopsis, SB 1383 regulatory requirements, the city and hauler implementation efforts, impact to the rates, the model ordinance used to create the subject ordinance, budget analysis, and staff's recommendation. So SB 1383 was signed into law on September 19th, 2016 to reduce organic waste disposal, greenhouse gas emissions, and also to increase edible food recovery. This is the most significant waste reduction mandate to be adopted in the last 3 decades. CalRecycle is the regulatory agency with direct oversight of the state's trash and recycling programs. In November 2020, CalRecycle established and released the final prescriptive regulations for organic waste disposal. By January 1st, 2022, all cities must have a mandatory organic waste disposal reduction ordinance in place. All business establishments, residential and multifamily complexes must have access to organic recycling programs that capture food scraps, landscaping debris, untreated wood waste, food soiled paper that is mixed with food waste as well. SB 1383 builds upon Assembly Bill 1826, which took effect in April 2016. AB 1826 requires businesses that generate 2 or more cubic yards of commercial solid waste on a weekly basis and multifamily complexes with 5 or more units to recycle their organic waste. Under AB 1826, jurisdictions are required to implement an organic waste recycling program. Additionally, the program includes identifying and notifying non-compliant businesses of this mandate. In collaboration with E.J. Harrison and Sons, the city's waste hauler, and with community input, AB 1826 resulted in a successful organic waste recycling program for the city of Camarillo. Similarly, staff is actively working with E.J. Harrison and Sons and the city solid waste consultant, Solid Waste Solutions, to ensure the city complies with SB 1383 regulatory requirements. Also wanted to mention that staff presented the subject ordinance to the Utilities Committee on September 20th and October 21st. Committee members include Vice Mayor Molche and Councilmember Tremblay. The subject ordinance has also been reviewed by legal counsel. In terms of the environmental review, staff reviewed the proposed draft ordinance to determine its effect on the environment. Staff has determined that the subject ordinance is exempt from CEQA, and it will not have a significant impact on the environment. It will actually strengthen requirements for the handling of solid waste for the protection of the environment. Some of the regulatory requirements, there are several of them. The city must comply with, including the following key components, which are also outlined in your report. The city must adopt an ordinance implementing the regulations by January 1st, 2022, provide education and outreach, provide residents and businesses with organics and recycling collection. The city must annually procure a certain quantity of recycled organics waste products, including but not limited to compost, mulch, and renewable natural gas. And additionally, the city is required to purchase and track purchases of post-consumer recycled content paper products, such as printing and writing paper. Staff will also have to do some annual reporting on top of the annual reporting that's done year after year. While this is yet another state unfunded mandate, staff feels that the city is in a strong position to comply with the regulatory requirements by adopting the ordinance, doing outreach and education, and conducting route reviews to identify contaminated bins. For the first 2 years, calendar year 22 and 23, after the law goes into effect, the city will pursue an educational and non-punitive approach to enforcement. If the city does not comply with the regulatory requirements, it's important to note that CalRecycle can impose enforcement actions against the city, most notably penalties of up to $10,000 per day. Now, in terms of the city and hauler implementation efforts, recognizing that SB 1383 mandates were imminent, the City Council authorized an amendment to the franchise agreement incorporating food waste collection, service, and rate to the agreement. That happened in 2017, I believe. So in order to comply with the new statewide uniform color container system, in May 2021, the waste hauler started phasing in the new residential curbside trash and organic recycling containers. The new black containers will supplant the green trash containers, and the new yard waste containers will replace the tan yard waste containers. Additionally, this past summer, the city and Harrison, by way of mailers, reached out to all businesses and multifamily complexes, alerting them of the state's solid waste and recycling mandates and the necessary steps they may need to take to ensure compliance. A written waiver form and reporting forms have been developed for businesses that do not generate organics, and a third-party reporting form to track organic material hauled by landscapers and other third-party service providers. These fillable forms and additional information are now available on the city website. The city and Harrison will continue to conduct extensive outreach and education to residents and businesses with the goal of ensuring that they all have access to organics recycling collection service. So let's talk a little bit about impact to the rates. In 2017, the City Council authorized adding a food waste recycling component and rates for the collection of food waste from certain business establishments. Unless the waste hauler per the franchise requests an extraordinary rate adjustment, it is anticipated there will be no increase in the rates. The ordinance adoption. The ordinance staff is recommending today closely follows direct guidance from CalRecycle's model ordinance. As discussed throughout the report, SB 1383 mandates the city to enact an enforceable ordinance requiring businesses and residents to recycle organic waste and comply with the regulations. The mandatory provisions of the ordinance are outlined in the agenda report. In terms of the budget analysis, there is no budget impact to the city as a result of this action. However, Staff anticipates SB 1383 implementation will entail additional staffing and administrative costs to the city's solid waste fund. With that, staff's recommendation is request a reading of the title of the ordinance and waive further reading and introduce ordinance number 1184 and add chapter 9.05 to the Camarillo Municipal Code regulating mandatory organic waste disposal reduction. That concludes staff's report. Happy to answer questions.
Any questions?
I have a question.
Kevin?
Yeah, Roger, I know that there's a fine for cities if they don't implement this on a timely basis. With our hauler, what if there's a business and/or individuals that don't follow this protocol? Is our hauler able to deal with that too? And I say that because, I mean, we've all been to the transfer station. You see how things get transferred in, recycle and non-recycle. And how, are they going to have a plan for that somebody just tosses their food waste into a bin and throws it in their trash can? Are they going to still be able to sort that out to a certain extent?
Yeah, so what they're working on now, they're beta testing what they call third eye. It's a camera that they're going to install on all of their trucks, so that when they're dumping the material into the trucks, the camera will actually capture a video of what's going into that truck. So it'll be readily easy for Harrison staff to identify the potential violators.
Mm-hmm. Now, are they going to do some test runs on this? Because my understanding is that, correct me if I'm wrong here, potentially you're going to get a bag, you're going to put all your food waste in the bag, you're going to seal up this bag, and you're going to put it in your can. So are they going to do a little, maybe they even haven't got this far, but are they going to do a test run so we can start seeing, how we can implement this?
Yeah, so I've talked to Harrison, and they're actually going to be putting together an instructional video for the community.
Mm-hmm.
We'll make that available most likely on all of our social media platform and also on our website to educate the public. But it's exactly how you just described it. So anybody who generates food waste will have to place the food material into a bag, tightly sealed, and then drop it into the yard waste container. So to kind of give you a visual of how it will look, you'll have all of your green waste, your landscape material in the barrel, loose, and then anything that is food related would be in a tightly sealed bag, dumped into that same container.
Okay. And I'm not trying to be funny here or anything, but at least one, I think two people have asked me, are they still going to be able to use their garbage disposals with this?
It's a good question. Yes.
Mm. Yeah, okay. I assured them that was the case, but I just wanted to publicly ask the question and, see what the response is. So, okay. That's all I have.
Any other questions? Sean?
Roger, thank you for all your work on this and in the committee meeting, because I know this is a very dense, complicated, multifaceted topic. So there's a lot to wrap your head and your arms around here. Really quick questions, and this is some of the questions I've gotten from the community. Residential, you talked about the residential bins and how eventually we'll march on towards converting the colors of the bins to this uniform coloring code. Is the same thing going to happen for the commercial users as well? For the roll-off bins they have in industrial and commercial areas?
Correct. Yes.
And it'll follow the same color code?
Yes.
Okay. And then just to reiterate, because I know most people, when discussing this topic, really it comes down to money, dollars and cents. As of right now, we don't foresee, and E.J. Harrison and Sons has not indicated any kind of service rate increases directly resulting from this ordinance.
That is correct. And Harrison staff will go out and do some waste assessments, to basically work with the business establishments to assure them that, that they can reduce their waste container if they need a food waste container to offset any potential increases. So you reduce one here, but you increase over here. It kind of offsets, because the price of a 3 cubic yard bin is the same price as a 3 cubic yard trash bin. And the council in 2017 adopted those rates.
Okay. And one question I got from the community was in regards to the bag in which they have to put the food waste into and throw into the yard waste bin. Does that bag have to be biodegradable?
Excellent question.
Could that be a petroleum-based product?
What I would suggest, this is what I'm going to do, is I'm just going to take the grocery bags.
That's what I think most people are going to do.
Put it in there. I'm not going to go out and buy, a plastic bag. But no, to answer your question, it doesn't have to be a biodegradable.
Nor are no bags are being issued for that use, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Susan?
This is a very in-the-weeds question, but to go off of that, recyclables are supposed to be in the bin without the bag, correct?
Correct.
So I'll just give my comment now, that I think the biggest part of this is going to definitely be that outreach and the education piece, and just what goes where and how and all of that. So that's all I had. Thanks.
Tony, did you have a question?
Thanks, Member. And Susan, I think you just hit the nail on the head. I mean, the biggest part of this is going to be outreach. And Roger, I want to compliment you and the consultant. Utilities Committee met twice on this, and I really want to compliment Sean for all the work. The attachments that are here, I think we spent at least a couple hours on this, and to use your expression, we were way down in the weeds. For as long as we use a green waste term, we were way down in the weeds. But you see the memo to the Utilities Committee that dealt with 23 items that were brought up, and it wasn't just the 23 items. There's an FAQ here, there's an ordinance component summary. So we spent an awful lot of time on this, but it's one of those circumstances where this is inevitable. The state has issued the statutory provisions have been passed, the state has issued the regulations and even in fact the model ordinances, and there's not a lot of flexibility. And again, circling back, it's outreach and education. And I think you hit the nail on the head on it, Susan. So anyway, thank you thank Roger, and thank you to our consultant for all of the hard work on this. It's a lot to wrap your head around, but we'll get there.
Okay, I have several questions. Have we identified one or more, we're going to have, for this to work, food recovery organizations and food distributors. So have those been identified? Are they working with people?
Yeah, those are things that we're going to have to be working on. We'll be working with the county on things like that, and we still have time to do that. But it's something that we're going to be getting on the ball rather quicker in a quick fashion. Now that
there's only 2 months.
Well, now that we've got this ordinance, in place, then we can start moving along and working on actual programs. Because this did take a substantial amount of time to get through. I think we worked on it for about 6 months to get us to this point. So we have to have this in place to really know where we're going from here.
Okay. Section 9.05.110 spells out a lot of procurement requirements for the city. And that wasn't something you mentioned in the staff report, but to me, this is another really important thing. There are a lot of specifications for purchasing things such as paper and other things. And paper isn't just copying paper, it's all the paper we use. And in order to continue the recycling ability, we have to make sure that we are buying products with a certain recycled content, and it's not just paper. And we have to keep records on that, and since we do not have a centralized purchasing system, are we planning to modify our purchasing procedures so that each of the persons in each department will know what the legal specifications are for purchasing and what the record keeping is?
Yeah, so the onus is going to be on the actual vendors to provide the information. So by way of example, we just did a bid request for City Scene a couple months ago. And so brought to the attention to the staff that when you put out your bid request, to incorporate into that bid request that the content of the paper has to be at least 30% to comply. And then also when the vendor submits their invoice to the city, it will show that the material used is 30% recycled content paper. And the same thing would happen with any type of purchase that would require this type of notice on the invoice.
So each person in each department who purchases will understand that. That's where I'm going with it.
Yeah, and I've talked with staff, I've talked with administrative services, and they're aware of it. I've talked with finance, who's, centralized.
But my question is, are we planning to change our policy, not our policy manual, our procedure manual?
Madam
Because
Ma-
you can talk to everybody, but those people are replaced, and then the people who replace them may not know it unless it's written down someplace. That's where I'm going with this.
Madam Mayor, yes, the answer to your question is absolutely. We will be revising our internal procedures to reflect that, also our templates. And so Roger referred to for example, the request for proposals. We'll have templates that will identify that information as well.
Okay. Thank you. On attachment 5, it answers questions that the committee asked. And I think that was one that Councilmember Tremblay referred to. Attachment 5, questions 21 and 22 were specifically about the ability to conduct inspections in the containers and the inspections on private property specifically. And the response to both of those questions was that inspections will only be made in containers that are at the curb. So the only containers that go to the curb are residential containers. Commercial containers are not pushed out to the curb. They stay where they are, and then the haulers, employees, get them out of their I don't want to say containers, then we'd have containers and containers, wouldn't we? They're enclosures, and it's all done on private property. So do I take it to mean that commercial containers will not be inspected?
They can be inspected. They're inspected now. The waste hauler inspects them, their staff inspects them. They just contact the business before they go on to private property. So they get permission before they go on private property.
Okay. I was just wondering that because they're going to get a whole lot more of this waste from commercial sources than from residential.
Yeah, and I think that's where the third eye technology, the camera that they're going to install on the trucks, is going to be beneficial.
I was just, as you went through that, I was just thinking of Big Brother. I mean, how many people are going to want everything that they put in their garbage can then recorded by some seeing eye?
It's Internet of Things, there's containers in San Francisco on the public streets that actually have devices on them where they're actually tracking the amount of material that's going into those bins. But that's another story.
I'm here 13 months. Don't bring that before I leave, okay? Okay, those are all the questions I had. Is there more discussion or is there a motion? Oh, I need to request a reading of the title, I guess.
And
Wait a minute. I need to ask for public comment. Is there anybody, we don't have any cards on this. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to us on this item? Everybody's okay with that seeing eye in their garbage cans. I'll now request a reading of the title.
This is ordinance number 1184. It's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo, California, adding Chapter 9.05 to the Camarillo Municipal Code, regulating mandatory organic waste disposal reduction.
I'll move to waive, do we need a second on that? Probably need a second
We need
first.
to wait, get a motion before we get a second.
Okay. I'll move the approval of that motion.
I'll second.
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're down to oral communications. I didn't think we would get this far right by this time. So, Mr. City Manager,
No comments at this time, Mayor.
Mr. City Attorney,
I have no items tonight.
Mr. Kildee.
Hang on just a moment, please. All right. So went to the VCOG annual dinner in Santa Paula this year. It was well done. Jenny Crosswhite is our, president, I guess we would call her, for lack of another term. I don't think it's president, but yeah, she is the chair. Thank you. She's the chair, and she's a representative from Santa Paula and did a really good job. We had a nice turnout, and those are always a lot of fun to go to. Let's see, I also attended the October 26th Investment Committee meeting with Councilmember Santangelo, and following that, we had the Finance Committee meeting. I attended that as well. Our investments are looking good. We had a little bit of a discussion, a little bit off point here about the future of the economics and interest rates. Of course, we're all talking, and they're talking a lot about the inflation rate too, and that's being monitored. But the good news is that our investment policy is working well for us at this time, and it shouldn't have a large impact on our investment policy, if any at all. Jason feels that we're nimble enough to move in and out of securities if need be this coming year. Let's see. I think as far as that goes, that's all I have tonight.
Okay, Mr. Tremblay.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just on meetings attended, October 21, the Utilities Committee meeting with the Vice Mayor. On October 22, a Metrolink Board meeting. On October 25, a Policy Committee meeting with the Mayor. I was privileged to attend the Boys and Girls Club groundbreaking yesterday, October 26th, for their new addition to the club. That was a nice event. And then earlier this afternoon in these chambers, we had the Fox Canyon GMA Board meeting, which was nice to see people back in person. Two things. One is I would encourage, I know we talked already tonight about redistricting relative to the supervisorial districts, but we of course have our redistricting process ahead of us, and I just would encourage folks to participate in that, to offer maps, and to let us know their opinions. I did have a question. Is the data on our website, is that now current? Because I know that there had been a glitch in furnishing that data on the website.
Yes, Councilmember Tremblay, the data has not been updated on the district website, the online mapping tool website. We are working with our consultant to get that done as quickly as possible. So we're in contact with them, or we're aiming to make contact with them so they can get that updated as quickly as possible. We do have a PDF map that can be downloaded from the website with numbers on it, and so the community can use those now and provide them to the city. But as soon as we get that, and we're hoping here in the next couple of days that we'll have those maps, the online mapping tool up and ready to go. In the meantime, we did leave the access available so that our residents can go in there and at least get comfortable with the tool. And we will put out information in whatever means we can and let the public know when they're ready and to be used.
All right, thank you. I think it is incumbent on our consultant to get that data in and loaded on our website ASAP. So really, my comments were focused on encouraging people to participate in that process. So we need to get that data updated and so folks can fully participate. The other thing I wanted to chat about tonight, and it came up in the context of the GMA board meeting today with a comment by the Assistant General Manager for Callegas Municipal Water District, which everybody knows is a water wholesaler. It supplies state water project water, here in Ventura County, including Camarillo, supplies water to Camarosa Water District, et cetera, and it's a member of the larger Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. On November 9th, the Metropolitan Water District Board of Directors will be considering some form of resolution, and we don't know what that is yet. It has not been published yet, and my understanding anecdotally is there are a lot of discussions going on, but the gist of it, notwithstanding the welcome rain earlier this week, the gist of it is focused on some very stringent water conservation, water rationing requirements, whereby, for example, some of the concepts that have been tossed out are having residents, and these are M&I municipal residents, use water only for health and safety purposes, and to tie usage to a per capita amount that is far less than what is currently being utilized by residents, be less than half. And I guess the bottom line is I'm being vague because I don't know exactly what's coming our way, but these things are coming our way. We need to be prepared in terms of our water conservation, the flip side being water rationing. Obviously with the welcome weather earlier this week, things, at least they were helpful in some senses. I mean, I grew up in an area that had 14 inches of rain on Sunday, but that's in Northern California, that's not down here.
3 years worth.
3 years worth, right. But I do think that we have to take this messaging, we have to take this, what Metropolitan is going to be considering, which comes down to us through Callegas Municipal Water District. We need to get the messaging out there to the public in terms of the water conservation requirements, and the fact that we have to take this very seriously. So I just wanted to make you aware of it, and unfortunately I can't give you the specifics. All I can do is give you generalities tonight, but I do know that something is very significant, maybe coming down, and my understanding also is that Metropolitan is trying to mirror, in essence, what the governor has done in terms of his pronouncements relative to the drought, and so stay tuned for that. But we are going to need to be nimble. At the same time, what a wonderful time to have the ribbon cutting for our water desalter. And my congratulations go out to city staff who've worked so hard on this, because in terms of a redundancy and reliability of supply, it's a very good thing. However, I did get a question from someone the other day, which was, well, okay, now that the city of Camarillo has a water desalter, does that mean you're going to stop water conservation? And the answer was no. The city is going to continue on the water conservation side because that's the right thing to do. And we will continue our water conservation efforts. But I will say that having the desalter starting up in production in a few months is a welcome thing. Thank you.
Sean?
All right, meetings attended. October 14th, Airport Authority with Ms. Santangelo. October 19th, I took it upon myself to go meet with the EV advocates of Ventura County. They meet here in Camarillo once a month, or have been lately at least. Great group of people, just talk all things EV and EV infrastructure and whatnot. To answer a question I think that Kevin had a few meetings back about the Tesla dealership in Camarillo, they think that they're selling about 35 cars a day out of the Tesla dealership in Camarillo. Or not, if not directly selling, they're delivering 35 cars a day, I should say. You know, regardless of where those are sold, whether they're sold in the showroom or sold, you know, someone buying it online. But about 35 cars a day, that's what I've heard, which is remarkable. My jaw dropped. October 21st, I attended EDC board meeting. October 25th, Airport Ad Hoc Committee with the mayor. And yesterday, Boys and Girls Club ribbon cutting ceremony for their new teen center with both Ms. Santangelo and Mr. Tremblay were both there as well. And that's really exciting too. 'Cause a strong Boys and Girls Club, I think, in a way translates to a strong community. And that was, I mean, the teen center is going to be as a result of the whole community coming together and really pitching in and bonding together, joining together. So I think that's going to be really cool. Aside from that, I want to give a shout out to Recreation and Park District. My company had our company picnic 2 years late because of COVID last year, but it was great to finally get people back together again. We had our company picnic at Camarillo Grove Park, and the park is just as beautiful as always with some updated amenities, largely due to the fires. You know, haven't really been there since then, but and I do want to echo what Mr. Tremblay was saying in regards to the redistricting process, community involvement, and the need to make sure we have everything all squared away and fixed. So I really encourage people to participate in this process. So it can't be said loud or enough. So thank you.
Susan?
Okay, for meetings attended October 14th, the Airport Authority. On October 26th, Investment Committee and the Finance Committee with Mr. Kildee, who, thank you for summarizing our update. And then yesterday, I was at the Boys and Girls Club groundbreaking, and it is really exciting. Just thought it was really interesting to be there yesterday and to be looking at the people that have worked so hard on this project. And you know you've grown up in this town when the people on the board are people that were your parents' friends and that you went to school with. And it's just really, it's heartwarming to see this community, people from different generations still being able to come together and work together for such an important thing like the Boys and Girls Club. And Roberto and everybody, they just did a great job raising the money, and I'm really excited and happy for them. So happy Halloween. Stay safe out there. That's all I have.
I attended a policy committee meeting and an airport ad hoc committee meeting on Monday, and the Contract Cities Association Ledge Committee this afternoon. I also, I guess it was on behalf of the city, I was thanking the Fox Canyon Board for a certificate they'd given me almost 2 years ago and I didn't want to thank them on Zoom, so I waited till they met in person, and today was the first time since 2 years ago, February, that they have met in person. But I did hear the warning from about severe water restrictions that are coming, whatever they are, and they may be more severe than ones we've had in the past, because I do not ever remember water reservoirs in Northern California being this low. And it's a very serious situation. But I also note that the governor is issuing things, and no doubt the legislature will get into the act. And at the same time, if I'm not mistaken, Sacramento still doesn't have water meters. So it's going to be hard for them to go down per person when we're always all under those restrictions. I am really frustrated by the company that owns and operates the mapping tools, did not get our population numbers updated. And the map that we were handed at the last meeting showed significant increases in the district that I currently represent and the district that Sean currently represents. But it's not just those two districts that are affected. It will affect everybody, because if those two go up, the others are going to have to change boundaries to accept some of those additional numbers, and the numbers are significant. And I think that it's a shame that this company, I'm going to just say, I feel that they don't think we're very important because they're updating other people and they're not dating us, and our money's just as good as other people. So I'm really frustrated that it's gone this long that we have not had our numbers made correct. And that's all I'm going to say, but I'm really unhappy about it. So with that being said, with this system with the computers, I don't have a place to keep the one agenda that I should keep here that I can refer to. But our business for the first session has been concluded, with the exception of the fact that we did not complete our second closed session. So at this time, we will recess. We'll be back at 7 o'clock to complete our business and to take public comments, but we'll recess back into closed session. Call the meeting of the Camarillo City Council back to order and ask the record to reflect that all council members are present. First item on the agenda is public comments. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. I will hold you to your 3 minutes. It's not fair to other speakers if they respect the 3-minute rule and I let some people go on. You can see a clock up here. It will count down. When it gets to 1 minute remaining, there'll be a tone and the light will change color, and we ask you to finish up your comments in that last minute. I'll call the names of the people in the order that I received the cards. So the first card is from Keith Salvis.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Forgive me if I talk fast. I've got a lot to cover. I have submitted my final report to the Camarillo Rent Review Mediation Commission. It is available by the city clerk. I ask that you take a look at that if you do. Some of the handouts that I've given to you before had some significant errors in them. I'm figuring this thing out as I go. How I found those errors, that someone took an interest in what I was doing and suggested that I go back and see if I could find an update to the laws that I was citing. I found that, and this is where my report comes from. Now, what I found in AB 3088, significant revisions to the laws to compensate for COVID, is that my landlord has followed these laws perfectly. And when I averaged out the rent increases over the last 5 years, it was 5%. He is acting within the best of the community interests. The problem is this particular rent increase is so high up on the average is that it is eye-popping to look at. And that is where I'm contesting this particular rent increase at this time isn't within the best interests of the community. Now, AB 3088 adds language to recognize that there are burdened renters who pay a third of their income and significantly burdened that pay a half of their income. But then it reiterates the same formula of the CPI plus an arbitrary 5%. What I am suggesting and what I have found is that the National Bureau of Labor Statistics identifies how much wages have gone up. My formula, which I'm suggesting to the state, is that we will take how much wages have gone up, subtract the rent burden, and that would preserve the integrity of our earnings. It's rent control. I don't like it. But if there is a beauty to the formula that I am proposing here, is that not only is there shortages of goods causing the CPI to go up, there's also a shortage of labor, which is forcing wages to go up. Now, I'm talking wages and salaries, not the entire compensation that employers pay. And that's what we're looking at. I think actually I'm done there, is that wages are going up. It's a win for both sides, but it's still a monster that we have to deal with. And I wanted to give you my final report. I stumbled a little at the end, but thank you very much for listening to me, and you've got my number. I'm perfectly happy to take your phone calls.
Thank you. Next speaker is Betsy Artuso.
Okay.
I think you're following that guy because he was here for the 4 o'clock session, and he got his card in first.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Betsy, and I'd like to start this evening with a name drop. Excuse me. Janine Bundy, Lynn Smiley, Laura McDonough, Gladys Choate, Donna McConnell, Sherwood Holland, and Beverly Kurzwin. These are Camarillo residents that had sent me letters of support for my concerns over the price increase of our Camarillo area transit bus pass. These letters not only support my concerns, but they also they offered words of encouragement, and they gave me merit to why I show up at these city hall meetings. And my concerns are only reinforced with each bus ride I take. On Sunday, a young lady told me that her mother purchased the $80 ADA bus pass for her for October. Her mother then proceeded to tell her that she could no longer afford to buy the books that were on this young lady's book list. It is this story and these letters from the Camarillo residents that give me energize me to step way out of my comfort zone to come here to say to the city that the decision to increase the monthly bus pass rates 220, 140, and 380% was a poor decision. This decision has discouraged people from purchasing monthly bus passes and has created financial hardship when a bus pass is purchased. I've heard from city residents by writing or in person, and they shared my feelings about the bus pass price increase. And now I need to hear from my city. I am asking that this council please add this item back onto the agenda, re-examine the price increases, and come up with rates that do not make up for lost time, but are fair and affordable for all Camarillo area transit bus riders. Thank you.
Next, excuse me. Next card is Aluasha McGarry. If I pronounced your name wrong, I apologize. And let's just pull that microphone way down for you. There you go. Okay.
There were 3 cop cars at Brian Brittany's RV when Brian and Sean Brian and Chris weren't even there, and their RV got towed a few days later, and their van. And I know is that at least one of the cops are in the Boy Scouts, so they know the rule of 3, and one is 3 hours with no shelter can kill them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming and talking to us. The next speaker is Bellaroo McGarry. And again, if I mispronounced your name, I apologize. Is that down low enough for her?
The cops towed Brian's RV when he wasn't even there, so they can't talk to him while they are doing it. I felt sad about sorry. The cops towed Brian's RV when he wasn't even there, so they can talk to him while they are doing it. I felt sad about that. Would you want to be him? I would not.
Thank you. Next card is from Patricia McGarry.
Good evening, council members. As my little girls were saying, it sounds, weird to have little girls saying things like that, but they were very affected. My husband and I, along with our 5 children, live in an RV in an industrial area that was designated by city council, how long ago, I do not know. But it's where oversized vehicles can park, and we have learned that it is highlighted for another reason. We spoke with police officers today as we've been having increased harassment from police officers in the area. We had these 2 friends, and their RV was towed regardless of the fact that we were assured that people would follow their oaths of office, and there is Martin versus Boise, which is a Supreme Court precedent protecting homeless people from having their things taken from them because of their homeless situation. There was an officer today, Wilkinson, he's a sergeant for the Sheriff's Department, and he let us know that this area is highlighted for other reasons and that they would continue to come and talk to the people around there. They came and took our friend's RV after they arrested him, and then they came back a few days later and they again arrested him, and they took his van. And they said they took the vehicles because their registration wasn't paid. And as you all know, if you're homeless, you have a lot bigger things to worry about than having to pay your registration. You're trying to just live day by day. And I, again, was speaking with this officer, he let us know the only way we can help these people is to arrest them, take them to the courts, and maybe they'll get help. And to me, that's so convoluted, because how are they going to get help, right? Our court system today, even according to this officer, is not what it should be. We attempted to contact Captain Matthews of the Sheriff's Department to speak about this, and he did not contact us back. We just want everybody to follow their oath of office and, look into the Supreme Court precedents. We have talked about a parking lot idea that will help people who are in these hard situations to have a safe place to be. And even Sean Mulshay here expressed interest in the idea and asked us to contact him. We contacted his office, and his assistant stated that he received the email, but we received no response back. What is this teaching our children about law enforcement? We are trying to reach out, and they are in fear every day that these cop cars are coming by. It's nearly every day.
Thank you for your comments. Next card is from Lorena Saratari.
Good evening. Well, I'm just here to let you know, in case that you all watch the regular TV, the regular media on TV, that whatever was regarding the meeting from the FDA and the different vaccine manufacturers is not a mandate. Just want to let you know. The meeting was to see if they will allow the vaccines for children or not. So Peter Marks, who is the director of the FDA, said, and you can read it in the New York Times, he said, the only question before the experts was whether the shot should be allowed, not whether to be mandated. So I hope you're not going to be following from the county or maybe our governor that will take the opportunity, because people are not informed, to push this to be a mandate for the state of California. And being that we are in California, then it will come down to our city. So remember, it's not a mandate, it's only if it is allowed. Now, parents should do that study, because Dr. Adri said that the vaccine is for children, is poison with polio. Now, when the teenagers took the vaccine,
you saw a lot of myocarditis, so heart problems. When our little children from 5 to 11 years old take the vaccine, we're going to see a lot of neurological problems. So don't be surprised if you start seeing that. I hope if you have children or grandchildren, that you will tell your relatives not to vaccinate them. Now, there is a mortuary here in Ventura County. I'm not going to say what city. 2 weeks ago, one of the employees had to go to here in the county, I don't know what city, 11 teenagers dead. It wasn't suicide. He didn't know the cause. But I can assure you the cause was the vaccine. So you can go and ask the mortuaries in town. And that same person says that he's seeing more and more deaths of teenagers. They are the last ones who took the vaccine. Remember that. And I will remember also that besides judges, the White House, the people that work for the vaccine manufacturers, officials, governments are exempt from the vaccine. Why should we take the vaccine if we are not? Thank you.
I have no more cards. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to us on an item that is not on the agenda? Seeing no one come forward, we'll move on to the next item, which is a discussion of adopting a resolution approving a mitigated negative declaration and adopting a discussion about property located at 2800 Berry Street. I am going to recuse myself from this discussion and leave the room because I have a financial conflict of interest. My husband and I have rental units that we rent through the Area Housing Authority, and we receive more than $10,000 a year in rents from the Housing Authority, which presents a conflict of interest. So I will turn the meeting over to Vice Mayor Mulchay.
All right, staff have a presentation?
Yes, Vice Mayor Mulchay and council members. The request before you tonight has been submitted by the Area Housing Authority of the County of Ventura and Many Mansions and includes an agreement for the transfer and development of real property. It includes a general plan amendment, change of zone, tentative tract map, residential plan development permit, and a conditional use permit. The property is located at the southwest corner of Lewis Road and Berry Street at 2800 Berry Street. And to provide background on the project, the 2.5 acre subject property was previously developed as a lumber yard, and the city purchased the property in September of 2018 for a price of $3.6 million using housing tax exempt bond proceeds. In November of 2018, the city issued a request for proposals for the development of a new affordable housing project. The city entered into an exclusive negotiations agreement with the Area Housing Authority and Many Mansions in May of 2019. And that year, the lumberyard structures that occupied the site were demolished. Only the asphalt paved surface and former building foundations remain on the property. On December 11th of 2019, the city entered into a term sheet with the applicant. The term sheet sets forth potential terms for an agreement for the transfer and development of the property. On December 1st of 2020, the Planning Commission reviewed the proposed project and recommended that the City Council approve the project. And on these next few slides, I will be highlighting some key deal points contained in the transfer agreement. And please note that the deal points are consistent with the terms outlined in the term sheet. So first deal point on the top of your screen. Let's see, I think I skipped over one, sorry about that, is that the property will be donated to the city, or donated by the city to the developer. The development will include 59 affordable rental units restricted to low, very low, and extremely low income families, and one market rate manager's unit. Of the rental units, 14 of those will be reserved for disabled and or veteran households. The project will include 8 for-sale 3-bedroom townhomes restricted to low-income households. The for-sale developer is subject to the approval by the city manager and is required to execute an agreement to comply with the terms of the transfer agreement to the extent applicable. Parking must comply with the code required number of parking spaces for market rate housing with the exception of special needs units. The developer must meet the project timelines in the schedule of performance, which has an anticipated completion date of July of 2025. The city will provide a $4.9 million loan to the developer, funded with housing bonds for the construction of the rental units, secured by a promissory note and deed of trust. The promissory note will be a residual receipts loan, and the annual payment amount will be 50% of the net cash flow. However, if there are other loans to the project from governmental lenders payable from the net cash flow, the payment to the city will be the pro rata share of 50% of the net cash flow based on the original principal amounts of the loan payable from the net cash flow. And it will have a 3% simple interest rate and a loan term of 55 years. The loan will be dispersed in a percentage commensurate with the percentage of the completion of the project. And the loan is doable and payable in full at the end of the 55-year term. Lease of the rental units must be consistent with the Affordable Housing Agreement, which sets forth the 55-year affordability covenant. A separate affordable housing agreement with the for-sale developer must be executed for the for-sale units. The term of the affordability covenant for the for-sale units will be 55 years, which will reset at each property transfer. By approval of the transfer agreement, the city approves the developer's financing plan for financing the cost of construction and development of the project. And prior to the close of escrow, the developer must submit to the city manager for review and approval of any changes to the financing. Payment of city impact fees will be deferred and due at the time when a unit is ready for issuance of a certificate of occupancy. The amount of fees to be paid will be those in effect at the actual time of payment of such fees. The developer must obtain and maintain builder's all-risk insurance, which requires completion of the project using insurance if needed. The developer requests that the name for the rental portion of the project be Vista Camarillo Apartments, and that the name of the for-sale units be Vista Camarillo Homes. And Vista Camarillo translates to view of the bell tower. The developer must comply with the water conservation measures per the city's municipal code, chapter 14.12, including implementing water conservation measures to satisfy the project's water demand offset requirement. The developer is required to comply with the California labor law, including, when applicable, the payment of prevailing wages. The project will also include 2 outdoor art features, which must be reviewed for review and approval by the City Council. So the project includes a general plan amendment, and on your screen, you can see the project site is outlined in the black, and it's currently designated industrial commercial. And the general plan amendment is proposing to redesignate that to high-density residential, 18.1 to 30 dwelling units per acre. A change of zone application has also been submitted to change the zoning from light manufacturing to residential plan development 30 units per acre maximum. The residential plan development permit proposes to construct a 68-unit affordable housing project consisting of 59 affordable rental units restricted to extremely low income, very low income, and low income households, 1 unrestricted manager's rental unit, and 8 affordable for-sale condominium units for low income households. The conditional use permit is to request that the project include 7 single-room occupancy units, or SRO for short, out of the 60 rental units. An SRO is a small unit with its own kitchen and bathroom and rented on a monthly basis or longer, and provides additional variety of housing for all income levels. The tentative tract map would subdivide the property into 2 lots, with the lot 1 being for the 60 affordable rental units, the common areas, recreation building, and the parking structure. And lot 2 would be reserved for condominium purposes to accommodate the proposed 8-unit affordable for-sale attached townhome units. And this is a picture of the site plan for the proposed development. Access would be provided by driveways off of Berry Street and Lewis Road. And the configuration of the rental units would be spread across 4 buildings. And the 8 for-sale townhome units would be provided within Building E, which is right over here. And each of the townhome units will have its own attached 2-car garage. The project will provide a total of 151 parking spaces, a 2-level parking structure, which is on the south side of the property, is proposed, and solar canopies are proposed on the 2nd level of that structure. An additional 14 open parking spaces are also proposed adjacent to the westerly property line over here. In accordance with the state density bonus law and municipal code chapter 1949, the applicant is requesting 3 concessions, which include compact parking spaces in the parking structure and tandem compact parking spaces within the private garages, a reduction in the required common open space, and a reduction in the rear yard. And this table shows a breakdown of the unit mix and affordability. The apartments will consist of studios, 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units, and will be restricted for low, very low, and extremely low income households. There's also 1 2-bedroom unrestricted manager's unit. And 14 of the apartment units will be for disabled and or veteran households. The project also proposes 8 for-sale townhomes, which will all be 3-bedroom units for low-income households. The applicant is requesting that the city waive the requirement of undergrounding the poles and overhead utility lines adjacent to the westerly property line. The applicant has stated that undergrounding the overhead power lines and utility poles adjacent to the westerly property line would impose significant and undue hardship for the project due to the cost and logistical challenges involved. The Planning Commission unanimously voted to recommend that the council waive the requirement for the undergrounding of the utility poles as it relates to the westerly property line and waive the in lieu fee. The City Council is the decision maker on the request for the waiver, including any requirement for any in lieu fee. And this is a rendering showing the proposed project from Lewis Road. All of the proposed buildings have been designed in a Spanish colonial style of architecture, consistent with the community design element and the heritage zone design guidelines. And this is a view from Berry Street, which shows that the massing facing the street would be at 2 stories, and then it would go up to 3 stories as it gets further into the project. So at this time, I'm going to hand the presentation over to the city's consultant, Nick Kapelainen of Rincon Consultants, to speak on the environmental review.
Thank you, Jackie. So just to summarize the environmental review that has been conducted for the project, the city contracted Rincon to prepare an initial study for the project, to which mitigation measures were required to reduce significant impacts. Therefore, an initial study mitigated negative declaration was prepared. The ISMND, the acronym, was circulated for public review, to which the city received 5 public comments. 2 of the comments were from City of Camarillo residents, 2 were from the County of Ventura, and 1 was from Caltrans. And post the public review period, the city received a comment letter from the Attorney Office of Mitchell M. Sy, to which Rincon prepared a response to comments, in addition to a response to comments to the other letters that were received. Once the public review period ended, the response to comments was included as part of the final ISMND and went to Planning Commission. The day of Planning Commission, the city received another public letter from the Attorney Office of Mitchell M. Sy, restating the same concerns about the project, and Rincon prepared a response to those comments as well, which were substantially similar to the first comment letter that we had received. And lastly, a comment letter was provided today, which is past the public review period, and reiterated several of the same concerns regarding COVID-19, the biological resources, and mitigation measure for nesting birds, noise, land use and planning, and air quality and greenhouse gas emissions. All of those comments were compiled in the first letter that was received, and those comments were responded to in full in letters 6 and 7 of the response to comments. New information was provided in today's letter regarding the adequacy of the air quality and greenhouse gas analysis, and the commenter attached a formal report stating that the analysis was deficient. Rincon reviewed the letter today and provided the city with a letter stating that no new significant impacts or substantially increased impacts were identified as part of the report. And in summary, Rincon agreed with some of the comments that were provided in the report, and some of the comments Rincon did not agree with. However, we did remodel the project in the California emissions estimator model to see if any of the recommended changes would change any of the emissions that were projected as part of the project. And as part of the analysis that we prepared today, although some of the emissions were slightly higher than estimated previously, none of the changes increased the emissions above Ventura County Air Pollution Control District standards and thresholds, and no new impacts would be illuminated. And that document has been provided to the city, and that summarizes the CEQA process to where we are at today. In addition, a NEPA environmental assessment was prepared for the project, and a finding of no significant impact was a result of that assessment as well. And myself and Joe Power from Rincon are here if there are any other further questions.
So in conclusion of our presentation tonight, staff and the Planning Commission provide the following recommendations. Council adopt a resolution approving mitigated negative declaration 2020-3. Adopt a resolution declaring that the property located at 2800 Berry Street is exempt from surplus property pursuant to Government Code Sections 54221F, 1A, and 37364. Adopt a resolution approving agreement between the city and Area Housing Authority of the County of Ventura and Many Mansions for the transfer and development of real property and joint escrow instructions. Adopt a resolution approving General Plan Amendment 2020-1. Request a reading of the ordinance and waive further reading and introduce the ordinance approving change of zone 330. Adopt a resolution approving tentative track map 6017, subject to the conditions of approval, including the request for waiver of overhead utility lines and poles adjacent to the westerly property line and waiver of in lieu fee. Staff also recommends updated language to the resolution with respect to the effective date to read that the resolution was considered with an ordinance approving change of zone 330 and will be effective on the date the ordinance approving change of zone 330 becomes effective. And finally, it's the recommendation of the Planning Commission and staff to adopt a resolution approving residential plan development permit 205 and conditional use permit 405, including the request for waiver of overhead utility lines and poles adjacent to the westerly property line and waiver of in lieu fee and approval of 3 concessions for an affordable housing development. And that concludes staff's presentation.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to look to my colleagues for questions. Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, Jackie or any, can we get into a little bit of discussion about the overhead utilities waiver, if you will? There's been several affordable projects in the city. Have any of those other ones asked for a waiver on this? I specifically talk about, I believe it's Meadowbrook there, which is, I believe, on the corner of Ponderosa and I can't think of the other name right there, but it's on the corner of Ponderosa and I believe it's Daily Drive.
Looks like our city engineer will be answering that.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. I don't know. We do have quite a few projects. We had the Berry Street project. There was a small project just down the street from this one recently, and they did not have to underground and pay the in lieu fee. As far as the project you're speaking about, I don't know if they had requested it. Are there still overhead poles out there, or?
So the one that we just did on Berry Street, they did not do underground there, is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Correct. And if they're just single-family residents, they get an automatic in lieu fee. We incorporated a paragraph into the ordinance that didn't have single-family coming and having to go through an appeal, because quite often the single-family appeals were getting it waived, so we put it in there that in the single-family case, they just automatically pay the in lieu fee. If they find that to be a hardship, then they would appeal the in lieu fee. But I apologize, that specific project, I don't know, the one you referred to down on Ponderosa.
Okay. I don't know if you can answer this or not, but aesthetically, what will that do to this project? In other words, do we know, as far as the, what I've tried to do when I've been up on the city council is when somebody drives around the city, I really want them to be hard pressed to say this is affordable housing vis-a-vis something that's, at market rate. I think that to me, that separates our city from a lot of other cities. So I guess the question I have, that do we know aesthetically what it will look like if in fact we don't require them to do underground utilities?
Right. Well, so right now they're conditioned to underground utilities both on the east side and the west side. So if you go out there and on the west side right now, you see existing residents and quite a bit of foliage and trees. And so you don't necessarily see these poles, and these poles do feed the existing homes. And quite often when they go out and underground, they also have to do a conversion to the existing homes, which, as they say, there's quite a bit of work related to that. So visually on the west side, once you get the buildings of this project up, you're not going to really, unless you stop your car and look down between the buildings, you're not going to, have a loud, hey, look at those ugly wires in your face. Whereas they are not asking for a waiver of undergrounding on the east side, which is, I'm driving down Lewis Road and you just see, wires after wires. So they are required to underground anything under the 66 kV. There are the higher voltage that stay up, but still, even when that occurs, like along Pleasant Valley Road, you probably see it when you go by Village at the park. You just see the high voltage, and then when you get to the corner, you start seeing, wires and crossbars, and there's quite a bit of facilities that do get removed even when the higher power stays up, and it looks quite clean. You'll see that in front of the factory stores when you drive down the freeway. You'll just see the high voltage, and then all of a sudden it drops, and you just see crossbars and multiple wires. So it really does clean things up. So in this particular case, again, they're not asking for waiver of the east side where you're going to visually see it when you're driving down Lewis Road. They're asking for the west side, which will end up between their buildings and the existing buildings.
So part of them you probably won't be able to see, but perhaps the other part you may. Is that a fair statement?
If you're driving by, you might see the pole, or you might see actually, you're driving down Berry, you'll see the wire crossing the street. You'd have to stop and say, oh, where does that go? It's not, you're going by a point in time, whereas along Lewis, you're following the line, if I can say it that way. I mean, there's just so much more visual impact on Lewis Road. Unfortunately, they're not requesting that to be waived.
And again, this may not be in your purvey, but do we know what the cost would be if we did require them to underground the utilities? I know it's quite a bit more to underground it, but do we have any numbers at all? Or?
We have, it's probably in the hundreds of thousands to actually do this work. We don't have an exact number. We have our in lieu fee, as you might be familiar with from past requests where people have come in and shared how perhaps it's like $400,000 to underground. They received a waiver, but they had to pay an in lieu, and our current in lieu fee is about $328. So we calculate that for the line that's not being underground along the property frontage, and it just defrays the cost. It's just such a small drop in the bucket. In this case, the in lieu fee is about $40,000 if you do choose to waive the fee. So you have $40,000, and then the undergrounding would be in the hundreds of thousands. But again, we don't have an exact fee. Again, that comes from Edison and different people that they'd have to go ask Edison, and each conversion is a cost.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Tremblay, Mr. D'Angelo. I shared the same question, but you pretty much answered it. The lines won't be visible from the most visible standpoint when passing the project. And that was a concern I had too, so you kind of answered it. When it comes to the tandem parking or all the parking in the parking structure, those are all designated spots, are they not? Or maybe it's a question for Jackie, maybe it's best directed towards you.
In the parking structure, those parking spaces are required for the rental units, but the city does not require that they be marked for a specific unit.
Go ahead.
For an individual unit.
For the tandem spots, with those?
The tandem spots are in the townhome building where they each have their own private garage.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was confusing the tandem spot. I was thinking the tandem spots were in the parking structure too. They're not?
No.
Okay. Crisis averted. All right, with no other, Mr. Kildee?
One other. Do we know, and this may be a legal question, do we know if part of the project, 100% of the project will trigger prevailing wage?
Yes, it'll all be prevailing wage.
All of it would be
Yes.
prevailing wage. Now, with prevailing wage, does that also direct you to employ as many local contractors as possible, or is it open to, the bidding process, but they're all, whoever gets the bids on, the various parts of this project will have to pay prevailing wage? Does that
Everyone
question?
will have to pay prevailing wage, and we understand from Area Housing Authority that their anticipation is to contract with local Ventura County contractors. And so Mr. Nye, the Executive Director of Area Housing Authority, is going to speak to that item. In the future, if the for-sale developer is a nonprofit, they could potentially use sweat equity. So if there's a certain threshold of sweat equity construction where people volunteer their time, that's the only way that they could get around the prevailing wage. Otherwise, everything will be 100% prevailing wage.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Turn myself back on. If there are not any further questions from my colleagues, this is a public hearing, so we are going to open the public hearing. And I do have 2 comment cards. We'll start with the order in which they were received. Armando Delgado, you are up. Mr. Anthony Ventura, you are on deck. If anyone else wishes to speak, please just either come up afterwards or turn in a comment card. The comment cards are on the back podium there. They're blue colored. Just fill one out. You set in this little box right here next to the forward podium for the clerk. And in case anyone needs to know how this works, really quick, give you a quick rundown. You have 3 minutes. You have a clock. I have a clock. When the clock gets down to 1 minute, you will see a yellow light. And you can keep speaking until you get the red light, and then your time is expunged. So we will start with you, Mr. Delgado.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and fellow residents. My name is Armando Delgado, and I am a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, Local 805, based right here in Camarillo. The Southwest Carpenters represent over 57,000 professional union carpenters and keep a strong interest in well-ordered land use planning and addressing the environmental impacts of new development projects. The preparation of an EIR is more than a set of technical hurdles for developers to overcome. The EIR's function is to ensure that government officials who decide to approve a project do so with the full understanding of the environmental consequences and equally important, that the public is assured those consequences have been considered before the decision to go forward is made. Your consultant prepared an environmental assessment resulting in a finding of no significant impact, as the project will not result in a significant impact on the quality of the human environment. Okay, well, according to the SECA, an agency must prepare an EIR whenever substantial evidence supports a fair argument that a project may have significant effect on the environment. The fair argument here is that the project's initial study report failed to adequately mitigate for the project's air quality and greenhouse gas emissions. How do you study an out-of-area workforce coming from Lancaster or Santa Maria? That's a lot of vehicles on the road. The project's report fails to adequately mitigate for noise impacts. It also fails to include a construction or operational health risk assessment. Due to the current crisis, the city must mitigate COVID-19 impacts because the project may cause a substantial adverse effect on human beings. Construction work has been defined as a high-risk activity of COVID-19 spread by the Occupation Safety and Health Agency. Think about all those workers from out of the area. As explained, there is a fair argument that the project will have significant effect on the environment, and as a result, the low threshold for preparation of an EIR has been met. Furthermore, Camarillo's Economic Development Strategic Plan for Workforce Development calls for the city to focus on strategies of residential options and employment opportunities attractive to young professionals and technology workers. Well, our apprentices are young professional tradesmen and women that are in tune with the latest technology and building methods. Ultimately, we plan to help guide transportation, land use decisions, and public investments. Our long-range goals address the climate action plan by collaborating with builders, the regional economy, addressing social equity, environmental justice, and the public health issues. Our goals are intended to help build a strong and sustainable economy. With that being said, we do believe that our families will be negatively affected by the environmental impacts of this project. We disagree with your current final initial study and oppose this project. We request that the city revise and recirculate the project's MND and prepare an environmental impact report which addresses the above-mentioned concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Anthony Ventura?
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members and staff and fellow residents. My name is Anthony Ventura. I'm a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, Local 805. The Southwest Carpenters represent over 57,000 professional union carpenters and keep a strong interest in land use and planning and addressing the environmental impacts of new development projects. Camarillo is home to the county's only joint labor management carpenter apprenticeship training program approved by the state of California. There are many construction projects happening throughout the county, but very few provide employment for the 1,800 carpenters that live in the local 805 area. A project like this could generate many career opportunities for transitioning service members, women at risk, youth, and disadvantaged residents. However, the developers and contractors need to partner with local apprenticeship programs to benefit this community. The city should require the applicant to provide additional community benefits, such as requiring local hire and use of skilled and trained workforce to build this project. Community benefits such as a local hire and skilled and trained workforce requirements can be helpful to reduce environmental impacts of the project. Local hire provisions requiring that a certain percentage of workers reside within the area of the project site can reduce the amount of vehicle miles traveled with reduced greenhouse emissions. Local hiring of skilled tradesmen to also provide localized economic benefits. Residents from the city of Camarillo and surrounding communities should not be the last in line to get hired for local construction projects. Even if the contractors come from out of town, they still hire many of the deserving locals, to get hired from local construction projects. Even though the contractors come from out of town, they should still hire many of the deserving locals joining the trades. According to your staff's report, the project will provide various public benefits. We disagree because without a local hire provision, you limit the positive economic impact from good job wages earned by residents. With provisions will be put in place to protect taxpayer dollars. We live here, we shop here, and we recreate the vicinity of the proposed project. What we hardly ever do is work here locally. The chance for a long-distance, out-of-work workforce to build this project will result in significant impact on the environment. We believe that our families will be negatively impacted by the environmental impacts of this project and strongly urge you to deny this project until community benefits such as area standards for carpenter craft workers are met with full environmental impact report is completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have additional speakers? I see a gentleman. Go ahead, you can have your turn. Just introduce yourself. And we'll get you 3 minutes.
My name is Stefan Lovestead. I'm a little bit not used to the format, but I have some questions. I own one of the homes on the west that borders the west property of the development that's proposed. And I just had questions, so I'll just ask them all. I don't know if this is the sort of forum where you get answers, but with regards to the undergrounding of the utilities and the waiver for the setback, I'm not sure if I understand all of those things exactly, but I am curious to know what the two different options would mean to the homeowners that have a home bordering the property where the aerial power lines are. Does that mean that those yards have to be torn up to have the utilities brought to the home? Obviously, visually it'd be better to get rid of the overhead lines for those of us who have a backyard that borders that, even if you can't see it driving from Lewis Road. So I don't even know if I have an opinion. I just want to understand that better. And also with regards to the setback, I'm guessing that means that they're asking that they can build closer to the property line than normally would be allowed. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'm curious about that and what the justification for that would be. I'm curious about how the flow of traffic on Lewis would be affected. Is there going to be like a third lane that people can pull into without slowing down traffic along Lewis? I'm curious about how the buildings will impact the line of sight from multi-story buildings into the homes and yards on the western property. I'm interested in the overall density. It seems like some of this is trying to drive the density of the housing as high as possible to provide more low-income housing and probably for the financial benefit of the developer. I think generally I would prefer not as high-dense property because less people in a small area seems like a nicer community to live in. Also, parking along Berry Street and on my street, which is Peoples Avenue, is really challenging. A lot of these low-income family homes sometimes have multiple families and many cars, maybe 6 or 8 cars in some cases if a lot of people are living there. And so parking in the street is really crowded, so I'm concerned about how this development might exacerbate that problem. See if I covered all of them. I didn't understand what the in-loop fee was. I didn't know if that applied to the developer, or if that was something that impacts the residents, whether the utilities are undergrounded or not. And I also wanted to ask about the impact to the actual property line, the fences that currently exist for the homes. Will those be torn down and replaced? Will there be landscaping between the backyards and the parking parking spots along the west boundary? So those are some of my questions. I'd like to have an opportunity to maybe hear answers, or if there's a different forum to have a conversation about those questions.
All right, thank you very much. We can't directly respond, but we can certainly have a discussion about it following public hearing. Does anyone else have, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I do have one more. Michael Nye.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Mulchay, council members, staff. Michael Nye, Executive Director of the Area Housing Authority of the County of Ventura. The Housing Authority's mission is obviously to provide affordable housing opportunities and assistance to people in need of affordable housing through development, acquisitions, and partnerships. For over 40 years, we've been serving the community and residents of Camarillo, and we currently own and manage nearly 400 affordable units within the city limits, including both Mira Vista Senior Village apartments and the Bradford apartments. We actually own Meadowbrook apartments as well, the Councilmember Kildee that we built. Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to your question on the undergrounding. In addition, we provide rental assistance to almost 500 low-income households in the city through the federal Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. The Housing Authority, along with our development partner, Many Mansions, are extremely proud of the proposed 100% affordable project before you this evening. Our team is your partner for the long haul. Our track record will show that we are long-term landlords who maintain our properties. We believe we have satisfied the council's requirements for an affordable housing community as outlined in their request for proposal that will serve a diverse population of local residents. Of course, this would not be possible without the commitment and significant financial support from the city. Our team is confident that with the donation of the land and the $4.9 million loan to the project, we will be successful in being awarded an allocation of competitive tax credits to secure the necessary financing for construction. We're also encouraged that this may allow us to be ready to begin construction as early as December of 2022, with a possible move-in date of July 1, 2024, which would beat our projected time schedule that's included in your packet. Just an example of who might be the future residents of the community: home healthcare workers, retail salespersons, cooks, waiters, waitresses, janitors, security guards, securities, administrative assistants. What will the future residents pay for rent? 30% of their income. And as an example, a family of 3 earning $50,000 under current regulations and rent levels would pay approximately $1,250 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment, as opposed to an average market rate of $2,400 a month. In conclusion, I just want to thank you, council members, for your commitment to providing this affordable housing opportunity to the community, for giving our team this opportunity to partner with you. Thank you to Ms. Lee for the comprehensive presentation, and to the entire city staff team for their diligence over the past 3 years to keep this project in line. Just a brief note, I was able to read the letter from the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, and just want to reiterate that due to the funding, it is a prevailing wage project, and we also encourage our general contractors, it is our practice to encourage them to hire local labor when awarding. Finally, I'm pleased that the Housing Authority and Manning Mansions are in agreement with the terms of the Transfer and Development Agreement, and we are excited and look forward to the opportunity to move forward on these 67 affordable homes. With the council's approval, we are ready to move forward. And we're here tonight to answer any questions you may have of us.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions of the applicant?
I have one question.
Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, if you do get the approval, you're still pretty much a year out before you really start anything, and then you're probably 2.5 to 3 years for the project to be 100% completed, is that?
18 months is our projection.
Okay, now, as we all know, the construction costs have gone up quite a lot when we first started talking about that. Has that been factored into your financials?
Yeah, we've tried to protect ourselves as much as possible with the increase in not only labor costs, but material costs as well. And we feel confident that we have a sufficient budget at this point, based on our projections.
As far as labor to this project, do you feel confident enough that you can find enough labor? I know you go out and contract, but the contractor, forbid me, the contractor that you will be contracting with, to contract for the labor, do they feel that there's enough individuals that can do this job on the time frame that you've set out in front of us tonight?
We haven't actually addressed that specific question, to be honest with you, about local labor, but in the past, that has been the case, that there has been sufficient local labor. Our practice, again, has been to hire a local GC, and that GC, typically works with local subs, and again, that would be what we would encourage them to do at this point.
I believe that's what you did on the Meadowbrook project there.
Correct, and even with the rehabilitation of the Bradford apartments that we did.
Yeah. Okay, that's all the questions I have, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, I did have a question. Could I ask? Mr. Nye, are the conditions of approval that are presented in the resolutions, are those all acceptable to Area Housing Authority and to Many Mansions?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nye. Any other public comment? Or this is a public hearing. Anyone else want to speak?
I have one other question, if I might, Mr. Mulcher.
Sure. Mr. Nye?
I'm sorry. And maybe this is Mr. Vaca. The 55, or let me phrase my question. The 55-year agreement, after that potentially runs out, what happens to those units?
The rental units could potentially go to a market rate, and the for-sale units have 55-year affordability covenant, but they reset upon any resale or change in ownership. So the likelihood of the condominium, the 8 for-sale condominium units ever going to market rate is slim to none. And while the 55-year term for the rental apartments is extensive with 55 years, there is the potential in the future, sometime in the distant future, for the Area Housing Authority Development Team to try to refinance some of their financing structure, which would give us another opportunity to extend the affordable covenant on the rental units.
And the applicant is required to maintain the outside of these units. They do the maintenance of the outside.
Yes, that's correct.
The renters and/or owner has a responsibility for the inside.
Yes, that's correct.
What about the roads and the streets there? Are the applicant required to maintain those? Because that's an important situation and deal in our city here with our roads and our maintenance out there. Are they required to maintain them? You
The
know?
access roads on Lewis and Berry are public roads, and the city and Caltrans maintains those. However, anything on the private property, the 2.52 acre property, including the parking structure, will be owned, operated, and maintained by Area Housing Authority and many mansions.
And they have the necessary funds to maintain this for
Yes.
at least the 55 years. Will the city ever have an opportunity to extend that 55-year lease? Let's say we get into 15 or 20 years from now. Will there be an opportunity, I know we're looking into our crystal ball, to perhaps extend the affordability on that at that time?
Yes, if there's ever a request to refinance or restructure the loan that we're going to be providing to the developer, we would have an opportunity to extend the affordable agreement at that time.
Okay, and then one final question. The purchase ones, are they under the 55-year agreement as well?
Yes, they are, and they will also reset anytime they're sold in the future for an additional 50.
Do we have first right of refusal if in fact one of those ever comes on the market to purchase it?
We do include that in the affordable agreement that will be drafted for those townhomes,
You
yes.
see where I'm trying to go? I'm trying to keep them as affordable for as long as I can.
Yes, and so are we. We agree, and we appreciate the city council's desire, interest, and willingness to always pursue affordable housing.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, if there are no other public speakers, we are going to close the public hearing, and we will go to council deliberation, discussion, and/or comments. We'd like to go, Mr. Tremblay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just a couple of quick comments, and that is I want to congratulate the Area Housing Authority and many mansions on this project. There has been an awful lot of hard work that has gone into this, and congratulate staff as well. This project, in my opinion, will serve as a model for affordable housing, and it is much needed. And much as I'm not correcting Mr. Nye, let me just supplement what you said, Mr. Nye. The residents that you described that would be in this housing project would not only include those folks who you mentioned, but they would also, very importantly, have 14 units dedicated to disabled individuals and veteran households. And I remember distinctly, oh my goodness, 4 or 5 years, when I first came on the council, we had that hard discussion about whether or not to do some set-asides, and I very specifically asked for that, and I am so incredibly pleased that we're going to do that, because the need for housing for those two populations in particular in this area is desperate. And again, I'm so pleased that we're going to be able to offer it. There is such a compelling need for such units. So with that, I'm in full support of this. I think I will, I'm happy to, at the end, make some motions. I need to inquire the city attorney whether or not we do them ad seriatim or all at once. But in any event, when the time is right, I'm happy to make motions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Santangelo.
I agree with everything that Mr. Tremblay just said. I, too, am really excited about this project, and I'm also very grateful to Area Housing and Many Mansions for all they've done. The points that Mr. Tremblay brought up about some of the units being set aside for veterans and disabled, but also the fact that some of these units will be available for purchase. And I think that is so important for low income to have rental as well as ownership properties. I agree. I think this is going to be a model of how you can do affordable housing well, and how you can do it and still maintain the character of your community, and be able to meet the housing needs of so many. We're just in such a housing crisis that everything we can do is so vitally important. And I think this project goes beyond just checking the boxes. I think it's something that we'll all be really proud of, and hopefully can continue in this city and maybe share the idea with neighboring communities.
Gildy, do you have any comments?
All right. I asked a lot of questions tonight, and I think it's important to those folks that are here and those folks that are listening, how difficult, if not almost impossible, it is to build affordable housing in our city and any other city. If you look at the subsidies that's taken, a donation of the land, first of all, to get the land designated to begin with is really, really difficult here. This kind of opened up to us, and we thought, geez, it was a lumber company for many years. I'm very well familiar with that. It kind of opened up to us, and we thought, gee, what a great place for, a facility like this. And as we all know, the state is really pushing for more affordable housing, which is needed. There's no question about it. But if you look at what it takes to get affordable housing built, it's extremely challenging. I mean, there's a $4.8 million loan. We have to dedicate the property to them. There's a 55-year lease agreement here. There's hours and hours and hours of staff time. Recruiting companies and businesses that can put this together is extremely challenging here. We have an economy with inflation, rising to a certain extent here. I mean, I don't need to get into a whole litany, but I think you can see just how challenging that this is. So you come before us and they say, okay, these are some of, the issues that we're dealing with, and we're going to ask for some amendments to this. And one of them is the undergrounding of utilities. And I've been so proud of our city about the new housing that we've always had underground utilities. And I really think it sets our city off apart from many other cities here. And that's why I asked the question about, and I don't mean to get long-winded, but I want to make my point here. That's why I asked the question that aesthetically, what is this going to do? And aesthetically can add into a lot of things, and that's property values, that's, beautification of our city, public safety, several issues here. And I still believe that when at all possible that we should underground our utilities as much as we can. But this type of a project doesn't come before us very much. I've been on this council for 25 years, and this is the first project of this magnitude in affordability that I've seen, 25 years. So all of, the mitigations that we've had to do with this, the financial plans that we've had to do this, I think all of that takes precedence that we really, really need a project like this in our city. And I encourage staff and I encourage Mini Mansions and those other 3 nonprofits I believe that are there to work very hard, that we can hire as much local labor as possible. I think that is critical. And we've done that in the past, and I fully expect them to do that in the future for many reasons, and not just prevailing wage and anything. There's environmentals and other causes. It's always good, I think, to have as much local as possible. Now, let's talk a little bit about when we first talked about this project, that we wanted also to have ownership there, too. We thought it'd be good because most of these projects are just rental, which is fine, but we thought that let's just see if we might be able to get some units there that people can buy. And we were able to do that with this project. We talked about the architecture of that to where it could fit in to where Old Town, and it can fit into the bell tower there, and even the name of it, that a lot of thought has gone into a lot of those type of issues here too. So I don't want to be too long-winded here, but I've thought long and hard, and know the rest of the council has too, and staff, for many, many months here about the positives of this, and I think there's the positives way outweigh some of the not so positives in this. And I think as was said earlier, that those with disabilities will have an opportunity to live, as individuals there, and all set up for that. And I think that's going to be really great. I know I worked very closely with a lot of the nonprofits. There's one gentleman here about lives closely. They do work very closely. They do build high-quality projects. I asked them to go by Meadowbrook and look at the high quality of that, and I defy anybody that doesn't know that that's affordable or not. And I really expect that, if not even more so in this project here, because I agree, we're hoping that it is going to be a award-winning project here. So for those comments that I've made, again, I know it's a little bit long-winded, but I think this is going to be a project that's going to serve our city well. I think our residents are going to be proud and really, saying, wow, it's a wonderful project here. And that's what I expect. I know that's what the applicant, I know what their staff is looking for. And this is needed. It's going to be timely. And, so I'll support this tonight. And it's been a long time coming. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much, and I'll be really brief. This has been a long time coming. There's been a lot of heavy lifting. I do want to thank Area Housing, Many Mansions, our city staff for all the work that they've put into this. So there've been a lot of milestones hit, a lot of work and diligence done. I do hope this will be a model project, one that a lot of other cities and communities can look upon and try to follow and mimic. Most importantly, this helps reaffirm the city's commitment to providing our residents affordable housing options. And that's first and foremost, that has been the mission of this project. And I'm hopeful it'll be the result of this project. So with that, I'm going to look to the city attorney as to how he advises we proceed with this avalanche of recommendations.
Well, it's not quite an avalanche. It's a semi-avalanche. If you look to the end of the agenda report, there's a recommendation section, and there's 8 recommended actions. So my advice would be that you follow those 8. For example, on the first one, it's a resolution approving the mitigated negative declaration. So to be a motion to adopt that resolution.
Would you like us to take them one by one or clump them all together?
No, I think you should take them one by one.
Okay.
So for the first one, I suppose what you could do, since it's already in the agenda, is say, a motion to adopt recommendation number 1 if you wanted, instead of reading all the words, but it's your choice.
All right.
Mr. Vice Mayor,
Yes, sir.
make a motion to adopt recommendation number 1.
All right, I have a motion. I have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes 4 with Ms. Craven abstaining.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Since we're on a roll or
Yep,
something.
go ahead, go for it.
Make a motion to adopt recommendation number 2.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes on 4 and 1 abstention.
Keeping with the pattern, I make a motion that we adopt recommendation number 3.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes on a 4, 1 abstention.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I move that the council adopt recommendation number 4.
I'll second.
All right. Motion and a second. Please vote. Passes 4 with 1 abstention.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I request a reading of the ordinance.
Yes, I'll read the title. This is Ordinance 1185, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo for a change of zone from light manufacturing M1 to residential plan development, 30 dwelling units per acre maximum, RPD 30U, located on the southwest corner of Berry Street and Lewis Road, SR 34, at 2800 Berry Street, further described as change of zone 330, CZ 330.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I actually will spell this out. I move that council waive further reading and introduce the ordinance approving change of zone 330.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes 4 with 1 abstention.
And before you go on to recommendation number 7, my recommendation on that would be that you include a statement when the motion is made that the effective date would be, as stated by Ms. Lee in her comments, in terms of the effective date for that resolution being the effective date of the change of zone ordinance.
Mr. Vice Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would move that the council adopt a resolution approving tentative track map 6017, subject to the conditions of approval, including a request for waiver of overhead utility lines and poles adjacent to the western property line, with an effective date as stated by Ms. Lee in her presentation to council. Is that sufficient, Mr. Burek?
Yes, that effective date being the effective date of the zone change ordinance.
I'll confirm that that's part of my motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. Passes 4 with 1 abstention.
And Mr. Mayor, I move that the council adopt recommendation number 8.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Please vote. That passes 4 with 1 abstention. Mr. City Attorney, how do we do?
Oh, you got an A.
All right.
Vice
look
Mayor
easy.
Molche,
Yes, sir.
I just would like to offer to Mr. Lovestead that my name is Joe Vaca. I'm the Director of Community Development, and we'd be happy to meet with you to go over your questions. And my number is 805. (388) 5362. 388-5362. Joe Vaca. And I'm the Director of Community Development. We'd be happy to meet and go over the project and discuss your questions.
And Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you very much, Joe.
I know we're
Mr.
going to
Charlie.
bring, I know we're going to bring the mayor back in,
Yep.
but while we're getting the mayor to come back in, again, I really would like to compliment Area Housing Authority, Many Mansions, and our city staff, Mr. Power at Rincon and others who have worked so hard. It's truly appreciated. Thank you.
I echo that. We will wait for the mayor to return.
Sorry. We did not finish our closed session, so we will go back to the closed session. I don't think we anticipate an announcement at the end, and so we will recess to closed session.